Hey everybody, how's it going? We're starting early today since we've got lots of stuff to do. We're doing things a little bit differently with the Beadsprite tutorial. I'm going to give it a couple minutes for Twitch and YouTube to catch up. Hey Mega Man, how you doing? Cool. I think we're ready to go. Um, oh really? You couldn't get anything at Michael's? You could. I mean, if you want to order them online, you should be able to get them on Amazon. Cool stuff for kids. Hobby Lobby. Michael should have not a lot, maybe not a lot of individual colors, but you should be able to get one of these guys, a starter kit from Michael's. Worst case, you can get one of these on Amazon. This is a way to get introduced to the idea of perler beads. This is maybe $10, $15. It only has 16 colors, but that's enough to do most NES sprites, and that's what I'd recommend that you do. Start with an NES sprite. Don't go straight into crazy Super Nintendo sprites with lots of different colors and large sprites to begin with. No starter kits, wow. Yeah, see if you can find maybe a different Michaels, or go to Hobby Lobby, or just go on Amazon if you've got Amazon Prime. That would be the best possible thing, I'd imagine. Alright. So today, I've got a bunch of sprites that I pre-selected that should be reasonable to do. I'll kind of run through them here. Since we are just starting up, I might just pick one for a first one to do. I've got a couple here that range from the very large, like these summon creatures, to the somewhat large, like Fat Chocobo here is just barely larger than a single pegboard. So I'd like to demonstrate both what happens when you have one that's just a little bit bigger than a single pegboard, and what happens when you have one that's actually quite big. Probably, I'd expect so, Mega Man. You could probably call them and ask them, but pretty much any craft or hobby store ought to have perler beads. Hey Darkstar, how's it going? So from the ones I have on the screen here, if you guys want to pick one to start with, let me know if you are particularly excited about one or the other. I'll be hanging these behind me when they're done. We've got Ganon, the Smash logo from Earthbound. I might just do that one if nobody feels strong about the other ones. Several summon options. I can't go too crazy. This Bahamut, for example, would be like, you see there's 4 pegboards in front of me here. That Bahamut would be something like, I don't know, 12 pegboards. It doesn't look that big, but it's gigantic. But we could potentially do Carbuncle or Rama or Ifrit. Fat Chocobo would be a good one just to start out. It'll be fairly quick. It's just a little bit bigger than a pegboard, so we'd see what happens when it overlaps into some other ones. Do Geno. I thought Panic Bowser from Mario RPG would be cool because he has some bits of his sprite that aren't connected to him, and there's a way for us to make that happen with perler beads. Got my logo, which is my avatar is a modified Mega Man sprite from my D&D game. This one would be extremely aggressive if we were to do it. The sprite is a little bit larger than these 4 that I have in front of me, so I might finish on this one, or if we do this one, we'll probably be doing it all day. Cool Magic Pot sprite. I could do a Tonberry. I could do Donatello, favorite Ninja Turtle. I could do the Hint Man from Earthbound. Carbuncle could be cool, yeah. Why were you yelling at the Wendy's manager? Let me just confirm how large it is. Let's see. Vote Donatello. Hey Kami, how's it going? Donatello might be pretty cool. I've got a lot of green that I don't use, but then same thing with Carbuncle here. So why don't we do the one between Carbuncle or Donatello that has fewer overall pixels? You can actually do this. What I'm doing here is I copied Carbuncle into his own screen. I highlighted the background, because it's very easy to do. And then in Paint.net you can hit Control-I, which inverts the selection and selects only, basically it selects the opposite of what you just selected. So this tells me down here that my rectangle size is going to be 45 by 70, and the whole thing is about 1,858 pixels or beads. One of these pegboards down here is 29 by 29 squares, so we know that we're going to need to use at least 3 of these. We might need to add another one up top in order to do Carbuncle. So that's 1858. Let's see, what's Donatello? Same thing, I'm going to select the background, I'm going to hit Control-I. He's 1668. So why don't we start with Donatello? And then when we do the next one, we'll do a formal vote with stir point spending once we've got some more people in chat. So let's see here. First, before we do anything, we want to figure out what colors we need. Let's start with his bow staff. Looks like we've got 1, 2 brown-like colors. So let me grab them. I've got off screen here. I'm not going to show it. You've seen this in the first tutorial video. We have my giant collection of Perler beads. So I'm going to be picking through them here today. Let's see. I'm definitely going to want brown. And it looks like cheddar would work pretty well. Let's see, I think I've got a giant cheddar. Looks like we're actually not going to use any black in this one. That's pretty uncommon for Beadsprites, but I guess they rely less and less on blackened sprites when you get to Super Nintendo era. It's pretty important for outlining in NES sprites. Alright, looks like we've got some gray in there, so let's grab some of our gray colors. And to show you what I'm collecting over here, I've got several tins of them. I keep them in bags so that they don't leak out of the tins very easily. Heck yeah. Alright, so there's at least 2 shades of gray here on his bow staff. What I'm doing right now is I'm making sure that I have the right combination of colors to even do this sprite, because if I didn't, that would be really bad if I just started doing it and then ran out of colors halfway through, right? I want to make sure at least I have the right number of colors. I mentioned this in the last tutorial too. It's not critical that you exactly match the color that's in the sprite, so long as you have the same contrast in general. So like, you know, you don't have to have exactly the same purple that's in the sprite for it to look good. Just make sure you have a dark purple and a lighter purple and so on. So purple. We've got 3 purples, which is, that looks like that's the number that we need, right? I see 1, 2, 3. Cool. Actually, there's an even darker purple. Huh. I wonder if I can make that happen. Let me look through some of my other options here. I have some sparkle purple. This comes with the starter set. It's a little glowy. It doesn't melt quite as evenly, but we can go ahead and throw it on there just to have some more distinction between the dark purple there and the slightly lighter purple, because you can see here I count very dark purple, slightly lighter purple here, slightly lighter purple, and basically gray. Like, you could almost make this the same gray as this gray and you wouldn't even be able to tell. So I might just do that instead of using the sparkle purple, since it doesn't, first of all it's sparkly, which we don't want, and second of all it doesn't melt the same way as the other ones. So we can kind of keep it consistent. So we've got purple taken care of, brown taken care of. Let's see, I mean, he's a Ninja Turtle, so he's mostly green. So let's see, how many shades do we have? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. there any more over here? 1, 2, 3. I think it's 4 shades of green total. It just tends to use the darker ones towards the bottom. Might actually be 5. Let's see. I got forest green, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is 5. Yeah, lightest purple or gray that should work just fine. It'll look a little different, but it's not a big deal. Alright, so we're a little low on green. Hopefully we don't run out. If we do, we'll figure something else out. Maybe we'll melt it, like with what we've got, and then buy some more beads and finish it later. We can do another tutorial where we show what happens if you run out of beads and how you can solve that problem. 2, 3. Yeah, looks like I've got 5 green. Should be doable. Yeah, it's effectively gray. It's a very, very desaturated purple, but like who's going to be able to tell the difference, right? This guy would work pretty well for the very, very dark green. It's almost like a turquoise color. That should be fine. And then we need some... That's primarily what we're looking at here. So why don't we just go ahead and get started with what we have. I think we want to outline his bow staff in black. I think that will look best. This color here, it's more of a dark gray, but I think it will look better if we just do it in black. So and also I have a shit ton of black. I highly recommend, if you get into beadspriting, that you buy a giant bag. You can get these from Cool Stuff for Kids. You can get like a 6,000 count bag of black, a 6,000 count bag of black, a 6,000 count bag of white, and then a 6,000 count bag of peach, if you can find it. It's the typical skin tone. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to zoom in so we can see everything really clearly. And one thing that I feel is pretty important for a large sprite like this, I guess first of all, let's see. How many panels are we going to have? It's 49 left to right, so it's going to definitely cross these two. This is 29 plus 29. We have enough to do these two alone. But there's actually going to be a third one, since this sprite is taller than it is wide. So what I'm eventually going to have to do is move this guy probably up one more, or just add another panel at the end. When you are doing a large sprite like this, I highly recommend that you start in a corner, no matter what you're doing. Try not to start in the middle. So you want to use as much of the pegboard as you possibly can, and that's the way to do it. Even though this corner, the bottom left corner, is empty, I'm still going to start there and count from the left to make sure that I catch everything. Damn, Mega Man, that's awful. The one thing, I don't know if this has improved since I started beadspriting, but for a while there it was extremely hard to find different shades of red in Perler. There weren't very many options. Alright, so what I've done here is I've highlighted these first blank squares here just to count them quickly. It says here at the bottom it's 9 pixels by 1, so I know that I can count 9 here on the bottom. And I'll try to move the camera as we go. You guys will remind me in chat if you can't quite see. I'm not going to be able to capture the whole thing at once until it's about done, but I'll try to keep it focused on whatever we're currently working on. Cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm actually going to do the outline or color by color method this time. Found that made it pretty easy to catch mistakes when we did it last time for the Warrior of Light, since there are a lot of different colors in this one. Yeah, I hear you, Mega Man. Alright, so here we got blank, 1, 2, 3, black. Just to confirm, yeah, there's 3 there, and then a black. Black. Let me see if I can cheat a little bit here and just highlight the black. Yeah, perfect. Here we got 1, 2, 3, black, black, same 1, 2, 3, black. Oops. every now and then it's good to just do a quick check, compare. So let's see, there should be 2, 1, 2 here. 2, right, 1, 2, yep. This is simulating a diagonal. Black. And then we tend to go up and then 3 left here. Hey Yahon, how's it going, man? 2, 3, 1, 2. And here's hoping we don't run out of green. I'm going to try to use the shades that I have the most of. I only have one that I'm almost out of. One, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to go too crazy here. I'm going to stop since this is a pretty natural stopping point for the sprite. This is about Donatello's midway point. That way we can catch if we made any mistakes, so we can keep trying to fill in colors around this general area. Alright, cool. Why don't we fill in the bow staff since that uses fairly unique colors. This brown, oh, it's practically a dark red. Because like the brown options I have are probably going to fit better on his chest plate, right? So like there's this brown. That's a much browner brown than that kind of auburn color. And this is a much darker brown than what we need. So I'm not going to use either of those. I'm going to see if I have a more fitting color. This is definitely this is the color that's very hard to find in Perler. This kind of like darkish, almost auburn, reddish brown. I think, let's see, we got a couple options that could work. I think that this is a browner color. This is kind of like a black cherry. We're gonna go with that. Again, it doesn't really matter that you have exactly the colors that are in the sprite. As long as the contrast is there, it will look good when it's done. I hope you succeed in that, Yahon. Yeah, it's like a mahogany kind of, like a reddish color. So that's, let's see, it's 4. These actually kind of mirror each other a little bit easier. Doing it this way, though, will make it harder. So the main advantage of the line method, aside from being fairly easy to tell if you made a mistake, is if you go line by line, you always have an empty space to fit your beads in, right? Because you're always going from one empty side and pushing the bead down. When you're doing it the way I'm doing it right now and you're filling in colors, eventually you're going to surround a color completely, and you pretty much are going to have to use tweezers at that point. I had a lot of people pop into chat that said, man, I can't believe you do this with your fingers. I do have kind of fat fingers. They don't fit perfectly onto the pegs, but I've developed a knack for squeezing the bead so it pops out from between my fingers. So I'm not actually like dropping this into place, I'm kind of squeezing the bead so it pops out of my hand. But there's certainly a lot of people who they don't mess around with using their fingers. They do everything with tweezers, which is perfectly fine. Just a little bit faster, I find, if you're able to use your fingers for it. Save a little bit of time. Hey, Sunkissed, welcome. So we'll adjust the view of the sprite as we go along here. Right now, nothing feels too different from doing a smaller, single pegboard sprite, as we haven't crossed that boundary yet. We're going to try to finish the bow staff up until it reaches that gray point, and then we'll switch to filling in the pieces around him, probably doing it line by line. So like the purple on his knee band there. if I've made a mistake, it's about to be revealed to me. 1, 2, 3, purple, or let's just do this easy way, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. We need to do one more, so I think that we've already caught a mistake by doing it this way, which is good. What we've learned, let's see. The bottom one here has 3 next to it, then this one has 2, then this one has 2. And there should be one more here that has 2. So let's get these black out of the way. These are in the wrong spot. We'll replace them here in a second. Although that doesn't seem right either, right? Oh no, that is right. Okay. Yeah, that's a very good one to do, Mega Man. The Mega Man sprite you can see behind me there, it's only one pegboard. It's actually maybe half a pegboard, so the head would be even smaller. Very small color count. It's like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colors total. And they all come with the starter kit if you can find it. Alright, so let's count these again. Should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we can fix the black. When you're doing a repeating pattern like this, it can be pretty easy to get lost as to which ones you've already done, so it's worthwhile to go back and count. This is kind of how I caught the issue there. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then just 1, 2. Here. Yeah, you're mentioning that. So NES and DDD are restocked, and it's not an online thing. It's actually going to be in stores. I have mine carried D-Rock, so I probably won't go get greedy and try to grab another one. But I'll try to keep that message out there. I know there's a lot of people in chat who want the NES amiibo. Those blacks are going to have to be replaced, I think, these ones here. Just move them out of the way. Hey Matt, how's it going, man? Let's do a count. Just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're good. Do one more and then the 2. I should get them to match up. Cool. I wish you good luck. I hope they continue to do restocks like that, and that the artificial scarcity is a temporary thing. I feel like the artificial scarcity isn't necessarily making them all that much money. Okay, so now let's fix the black. Probably might have been smarter to start with the brown, since there's so much more of it and the pattern's easier to follow. It's more connected. Bump that, let me fix it. There we go. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, and then 4 has 2 black above it right here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 also has 2 black above it, which is this one here. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm using mine for as a display piece. Similarly, we've got 2 over here. On the right side, the black X is a shadow, highlighted here. And then 1, 2. Okay, cool. So that takes us all the way up to the gray. Why don't we fill in some gray just to have that contrast available to us? There aren't a lot of shades of gray available in Perler that are easy to find. But I do highly recommend, if you can find as many shades of gray as you can, in particular, Super Nintendo sprites tend to use gray a lot for a lot of shading, and if, worst case scenario, you can just kind of reuse the same color as long as the contrast is the same. So like, see that this color here is technically different from this gray here, but I'm probably just going to use the same color. It wouldn't be worth it to try to dig up a slightly different gray color there. I'm trying to see actually if I can find third grade color. Yeah, here we go. This is like Hama beads rather than Perler beads. I think I'm happy with the two that I've got though. $50 total, you think? So we're not going to do a lot of the gray up at the top of this bow staff. We're just going to place it so that we can demarcate where the bow begins. Lols. Cool. Alright, so let's fill in the staff, which here is a very much the cheddar color. Cheddar is quite possibly the most common color used in NES sprites, so I've got a gigantic bag of them. Most of my bags are quite a bit smaller, but I've got a... You can order them in bulk. Basically, if you look on a Perler bead selling website, if they even offer a 6,000 count bag, then you know that that's a very common color. And this one's going to be pretty easy. We just fill in the bow. There's nothing complex about it. Hey, Broken One, how's it going, man? I've said before, the proper response to a good pun is like the volume of your groan. I don't think you're supposed to laugh at puns. You're supposed to go, ugh, that was awful. Potato. See if I can drag it. We don't need to have Spriter's resource down at the bottom, do we? Let's highlight what I'm doing now. These guys here. And as they continue on the top half of him, we're just doing the bottom for now. So much salt. So this will be nice. In this particular sprite, the bow staff will make it easy for us to calibrate everything else. We can, you know, do the leg to the left of the bow staff and make sure everything counts correctly. It's standard candle line there in the middle. Spurkin, welcome. This is going to melt quite a bit more orange. The oranges that come with Perler beads are super orange. I'll give you an example here. They're like neon orange. There's not a lot of muted oranges that are available. Yeah. Here, I'll show you with the starter kit. Kind of hard to see. I know that the lighting's not super great. I can try it on the bottom camera. That's a little bit better. Yeah, see, so there's cheddar. There's orange. It is orange as shit. So, like, from my opinion, if you're going to use orange, make sure you need to use orange, that the color is actually orange and isn't just kind of muted, because it's going to melt really bright and stand out. You're a muted orange. Yeah, right. Well, Perler beads weren't developed specifically for game sprites, right? It was just this, like, hey, you know, make smiley faces and things, and then gamers figured out, you know what, these beads are basically pixels. There's no reason why I couldn't use it for that purpose. So let's reevaluate the colors here. There's 165 purple, which I certainly hope that there's 165 purple in this bag. If there's not, we're in trouble, but we're going to give it a shot. We might actually exhaust the purple count here, which will limit the next sprite that we try, but that should be fine. Alright, so why don't we do, let's see. Let's go line by line with a dark purple. I'm trying to do as much of this as I can just to see if we run out or not. Right. Skip 2. And as before, if you guys notice me making a mistake, it's going to happen when you're doing bead spriting. You'll miscount. You're trying to do it fast and accurate at the same time, and you really can't be both. So if it looks like something's wrong from what I have highlighted from what's on the board, now that you have a bow staff to compare against, let me know. It was very helpful last time. Yeah, it's possible. I would hope that by now, so I got into bead spriting, I don't know, 5 years ago. I would hope that by now Perler has acknowledged the market for this among gamers and tried to expand their color selection and sell more directly to gamers. It was kind of an adult art and craft. No mistakes, just happy little accidents. You got it. 5, 6, 7. Jumps a square and goes 1, 2. So actually, I'm going to do a slightly different pattern for this one. I've actually already kind of started doing it this way. We are doing color by color, but we're also doing structure by structure. So I'm going to complete his knee band here. So we'll finish doing this purple for the knee band at the bottom, and then we'll start filling in the leg. You can't really do that with an NES sprite because there's very little structure. Like you can see the black mage behind me. Like he's got a hat, his face, and his robe. If you try to do that by structure, you're really just doing it top to bottom or bottom to top, line by line. But with the Super Nintendo sprites, they're quite a bit more complex. You can break it up that way. I think that's it for dark purple here on the knee band. So let's do the next shade of purple, which admittedly for me is more of a kind of like a pinkish mauvish color, but you are limited. There are significantly fewer Perler bead color options available than there are, the 65 million color options in Hex. So you're going to have to make compromises. You're not always going to get the color that you want. But trust me, it ends up looking good at the end of the day. You see those Chrono Trigger sprites behind me. Most of those colors are not exactly what's in the original sprite, but as long as you can tell the contrast at the end, that's what makes it look good. Oops. Oh no! Man down. Hold on. And this is one of the perils of the larger sprites. It's easy to knock stuff around, so you're going to be careful around what you're touching and not touching. So did that purple that just dropped, it actually landed in the right spot, so I'll leave it there. Hey Night Thought, welcome. Yeah, the Wily machines are pretty complex, but in general you're not going to see big structural complexity until you get into the Super Nintendo. I actually, I mathed wrong yesterday. I was looking at some possible sprites, and I looked at the Mana Beast from Secret of Mana, and I was like, oh, that's totally doable. But I was off on my pegboard. I assumed that pegboards were like 50 by 50, but they're 30 by 30, and that's a pretty huge difference. The Mana Beast would have been like my entire desk. I wouldn't have space for it. One sec. Okay. 2. So this is definitely closer to pink than it is to that lighter shade of purple, but there's really nothing we can do about it. Use what you have. Try to make sure you've got the contrast before you start spriting, but cool. I might actually have some backup purple. I've got bags that I haven't opened yet due to lack of space in my container thing. Alright, so then we got the next shade is like a lilac. I'll go ahead and highlight it here. Yeah, right? The Mana Beast is gigantic. I've done ones that are that big. Let's see, I don't have any of the really big ones behind me. I might need to move some of the ones around my apartment sometime to show them off. One of the bigger ones I have is Chill Penguin. A Chill Penguin is like maybe, I don't know, a third the size of the Mana Beast. That thing is huge. If you decide to make a big sprite, unless if you're pulling something in a fighting game, you're usually going to be making monsters and enemies, because player characters tend to be quite small. I guess it depends on the game. RPGs, that's almost always true. The player character is like 16 by 24. A Frost Mammoth is, or Flame Mammoth is pretty huge. Alright, so now we're able to tell there's a missing bead here. Easy to fix though. Right here, see? What is that bead? It's this pink color. Cool. Okay. And then this should be 1, 3, 1 in the middle for gray. We're going to go with gray. It's as close as it's going to get. Too bad, so sad kind of a thing. There is a cream color that you can get. Let's just do the light gray. It's not going to matter. You can also, if you're trying to decide whether you're going to substitute or use a smaller color count, just check to see if they ever touch each other. If they don't touch each other, then you're fine. So like this gray, or this extremely desaturated purple that's part of his eye and his armbands and wristbands doesn't ever touch the other more official grays, like here on the bow staff or here on his chest. So we can just use that same gray all across the place and it's not going to look weird. No, I can't blame you, Megman. Not at all. So we do a quick review here. Yeah, right? Hold on one sec. Fix this camera. This might be today. Like, we might just be doing Donatello all day. It's easy to get overwhelmed with how huge this thing is. Especially when you compare it to the ones behind us. And the Magus is pretty big. He's like probably comparable in size, but as a fighting game character, he takes up about half of the screen in the game that he's in. Alright, cool. So the bottom left leg band is done. I'll zoom up here so you can check it out. That looks right if we compare it. So now we want to fill in some of the green in the bottom left. So why don't we do all of his leg up to where his turtle chest plate begins. Not patient enough? This is such a relaxing hobby, I find. Alright, so let's go... I was concerned about my dark green count. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of dark green in this guy. Let me see exactly how many. 241 dark green. I don't know if I have that many. I guess I could emergency sub it out. I'm going to take off my headset for a second and check my reserves. I'll be back in a second. Turns out I have reserves for every other green except that one. So, let me see. If I eliminate that green, as perfect as it is, and rely on the remaining colors that I have, what's my situation? If I use the more dark green turquoise, that's 1, 2. Do have reserves on that one. 3, 4. And then is this green different from this green? If it is, then we're good. It is. Cool. Okay, I think we'll be all right. We're not going to use that dark green, even though it's super close. Instead, we're going to use this kind of almost a turquoise color, which I've got plenty of extra. Should probably lock up my cat. Yeah, video games are what taught me to be patient, above all. Alright, so we're probably just going to stop. Let me see. There's a way in, it's kind of a cool trick. Image editing software, if you go to your select key, hold down Alt, you can exclude things from your selection, so I'm going to unselect everything to the right of where his chest plate begins. And just while we're at it, let's unselect everything up here too. So we're just doing this. You don't really need to do that select thing, it just makes it easier for me to keep track of what I'm doing. Make him into a pink turtle. You can do that as long as you've got the number of colors to contrast. We're lucky there are by far more shades of green than any other color from Perler, which makes sense if you think about it. That's the area where our human eyes are most sensitive, range of visible light. Now we're just pretty much going to be doing everything relative to the bow staff. Yeah, I would recommend, my cat is pretty chill when I'm doing beadspriting, but you probably want to lock him up if there's any chance. Or at least keep a close eye on him. I've got my kitty you done fucked up now spray at the ready to spritz him if he comes near it. One of the things that we're going to find today is we're really going to show the value of parchment paper as opposed to the ironing paper that comes with your pegboards. If the ironing paper is just large enough for one pegboard, but parchment paper is like aluminum foil. You get it at a grocery store, you can make as big of a sheet as you want. So when you go to iron with the ironing squares, you have to overlap them, and bad things can happen when they're overlapped. They can slip and slide on top of each other. The worst thing that could possibly happen when you're ironing is that the iron touches the plastic beads. And you don't want that. After this session, I'll have a sense of what I'm running low on and be able to stock up. I used to know what all these shades were called on... Oh, some oranges mixed in there. These shades were called by Perler. That was a long time ago. I do have a chart here that's going to tell me how this will melt. Let's see. This is useful to make one of these if you have your beads. It's just a palette that should, because they look a little bit different when they melt versus when they're not melted. So you can see like the orange up there, that is super orange. That's as orange as it gets. And the cheddar is fairly muted in comparison. The green that we decided not to do this green, the one that's on the far end, because I don't have enough of them. We're going to do this green instead. And it's pretty close. When it's melted, you're not going to be able to tell. I'm suddenly suspicious that I'm doing this right. Let's see. Let me think on this for a second. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, I almost made a mistake there. get that orange out of the way. It's going to be 5 across. Music playing is the final boss song in Final Fantasy XI, Vanilla, the Shadow Lord. Yeah, pretty much. It depends on the sprite you're doing. Like, there's a lot to be said for the do left to right and change colors as you go. Part of that is that, like, so for example, if I wanted to place a bead, try to point to it. See, like, right here, that spot right there is surrounded by 4 beads. So if I want to put a bead in there, I don't have anywhere to come at it from. I have to literally place it from top to bottom, and that's kind of hard to get it to fit. So if you go line by line and just switch colors as you go, then you're always coming from an empty space and have room to plop it in there. The way that I'm doing it makes it a little bit more challenging, as I'm inevitably going to surround stuff, but this also makes it a little bit easier to tell if you made a mistake. In this case, I'm doing it structure by structure and then color by color. That way I can use the bow staff as a standard basically to compare. So for example, these 3 dark greens that I just did on my screen, or on the Perler bead, they're aligning with these 2 black on the bow staff, but when I look at the sprite, they're not. So I know that I just made a mistake, and I can fix it a little bit more easily than if I did it differently. So where should those 3 actually be? We can solve that first. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. They should be above 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you actually need to be up here. And let's solve from there where the mistake was made. We know then for sure that this should be 1. We may have just done 1 extra bead. Should be fixable. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got too many here. So we know we can just get rid of this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. There's 3 3s. That's interesting. I'm actually going to have to come back and meet it at the bottom. I think that I screwed up like a middle line somewhere, which is complicating it quite a bit. So let's clean these guys out and see if we can fix it. Okay. Try again. So let's finish up here. We know that this is right now. Hello and goodbye. So that structure we know is correct. Then we can do this structure here is 1, 2, 3 down. And just use the bow staff as a ruler in this case. Yeah, Mega Man, that's a good way to summarize it. And it should be blank and 2. Right? That still matches, and then 3, 3 here. I'm mostly going for noticing mistakes, because that's what takes the most time, when you have to go back and redo a whole lot. Interesting, there's this bead, I don't know if it's too small to be able to notice on stream, but sometimes the molding isn't perfect, and like you've noticed we did all those Beadsprites. This is the first one I've seen with the problem. But there's a little bit of plastic shaving that doesn't make it fit perfectly into the pegboard, which would make it iron kind of weird. So I tore it off there and used my fingernail to scrape off the excess plastic. You're a ruler. Hey, D-Rock. This is going to turn out really cool, I think, but it's going to take forever. Like, I think it's going to take all the way up until 3 o'clock to finish it. We'll see. I've got some very small sprites that we can do as a backup to fill out the time if we run out. I kind of wanted to show how you can use clear beads. Alright, so this is here. We fixed it. There's 3 blocks there now, there shouldn't be. So what's the mistake? Is that the mistake? No, I think it is. So this should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6 is wrong. So this should be up. Let's get all this crap out of the way that we know is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. Right? 3, 3. Get all this out of the way. See if we can figure out the error here. Oh, I see what I did. Check it out. The green down here is supposed to start at the top. It's supposed to start here on this black square. Instead, I started on the bottom black square, so everything has to move up by 1 in order to fix it. I'll show you here as well. Basically, that green next to the black, it needs to go up 1, and all of that green on the bottom half needs to go up 1. That's a pretty big mistake. You lose a lot of time doing that. At least, you know, we don't have to do anything crazy to fix it. Just kind of pick up and move everything. You can be kind of clever about it, you know, if it's like 2 stacked, you don't need to move both of them, you can just leapfrog one of them. The beads tend to want to fall into place, it's uncommon for them to fall on their side, but if it does, just try to pick them up. There, I think that's right now. There, D-Rock. Yeah, you're gonna make mistakes. Don't go into Beadsprite thinking that you're not, or you'll be very disappointed. Alright, so let's go back to it. This one ends up being like a little star shape. Yeah. There's another one here. Now it should align better. This is so relaxing. This is such a... It's awesome. My friends and I, we used to have a... We called it war beating, or our wives and girlfriends called it war beating, because, oh man, arts and crafts, it's not stereotypically masculine activity, right? We all get together and do Beadsprite, so I'd set a bunch of them up on the TV and we all sit around. Yeah, it's super chill. Just know you will make mistakes. It happens. Don't panic when it does happen. Accept it. I could use, let's see. That was by far supposed to be the dark green. The next shade, 190. Still probably don't have enough of that dark green for, so I'm probably just gonna have to skip to my next darkest green. It's just this one, right? This one. Make sure I have more of these. Yes. Okay, cool. We're just going to do the ones to the right side of his bow for now. Make our lives easier. Kind of get an appreciation for sprite shading when you do this as well. Ayo Turk, welcome. Calphos, how you doing? Definitely makes it so that, like the beginning when you're first starting doing this, those first few colors are the hardest, but as you're filling in the other colors in this method, it's really easy to tell if you've made a mistake or not. You just kind of look at the empty space and compare it to the sprite. Hell yeah, Broken One. That's how our apartment is decorated. Like, I've shown off some of them. If you go and watch the Beadsprite tutorial part 1 video, there's a part where I show all the pictures from our apartment. And you can be really smart. You can exercise your creativity with it. Like, I've got Chill Penguin and Heat Man on both sides of the thermostat because you use it for a thermostat. You know, next to one of my electrical outlets in the kitchen, Pikachu's there. I've got Mario and the Karibo shoe by Andrea's Shoe Rack. Nice, cool way to use your imagination. And they decorate extremely well. Like, all you need to do is put a little double-sided piece of masking tape on the back, and it'll sit there for probably a year before the masking tape loses adhesive. And just apply some more masking tape if it falls down. No big deal. This actually is looking pretty good. Yes, I'd agree. Go with sprites that you like, for sure. Alright, so let's take a look. There should be, let's review the empty spaces and make sure they're consistent. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so next we're going to do this color here. You can barely even tell that this is a different shade of green than the one I just placed, but kind of the same for the sprite itself. You have to zoom in to be able to see how much color detail there is in there. And I'll pull up the camera and kind of give a review of this leg. Here soon. Got 3 more of a even additional green to do. Let me make sure. Yeah. Okay. You can tell, but it's super slight. Super slight. Oh yeah, that's awesome, Leon. Yeah, so you can just melt the... you did that over here. Leon's one of my friends from Andrea's physics department back at Ohio State. You can just use them as coasters, just, you know, melt it and you're done. Or, alternatively, you can get some corkboard and glue gun it to the back of it. Kind of the same effect. Yeah, that's looking right. So let's keep going. There's more to be done. Let's go ahead and do the green on the left side of the bow staff. So, bring it back this color. Coasters, you can do magnets for your fridge. You can buy a magnet kit, usually at the same kind of hobby store. Oops. Yeah. So we'll move the camera as we go, so there's some orange mixed in here. I highly recommend you do not buy one of the big buckets of beads. You will hate your life. You will spend hours upon hours sorting through them. Not a good time. Buy your bead colors separate. Unless if you feel like that would be a relaxing activity. You don't actually have to create anything, just just separate out colors. But I feel like you're paying a lot more in your own personal labor for the discount you get for a bead bucket. Oh god, are you serious? It's messed up. This is the next darkest. Cool. Nintendo, they feel like they know what they're doing, man. Right? You just make sure that I'm using the right darkness. Yes. Okay. See if I can just like palm a bunch of these and pull them from my hand. There we go. Hold on a moment. Hold up, wait a minute, let me inject some pimpin' into this situation. There we go. Really not enough pimpin'. That deficit has been corrected. Alright, careful when you're doing these diagonals, make sure you count them and recount them and recount them. It's very easy to get it wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then as a check, the bow here matches up to the last 2 black pixels, so we're good. How often do you have to restock beads? It depends on... So a bag of beads is 1,000. This sprite, well, we can look, huh? Let's look at each of the colors. You see here at the bottom where it says the number of pixel squares. That's telling you how many beads it is, basically. I'm using the magic wand tool, which is a wonder for this kind of task. So 165, 241 on the dark green, 79. Dark green probably is going to win. 127, 186. Yeah, so like this is a really large sprite, and the most common color is about 240. So if you had a fresh bag of that dark green color, it would last you about four of these sprites. For context, a 16 by 24 sprite like the black mage that's behind me, many fewer colors. Just make sure you have an excess of black, white, and like a flesh tone, because you're going to use those more than anything else in most cases. In this case, green is filling in for our flesh tone. Yeah. But you probably won't be restocking all the time. I would recommend do not go super crazy about it and buy a whole bunch of different colors when you first start out. Just get this this starter kit from a craft store. Highly recommend this. This is 16 colors. It's maybe about 250 of each color. It's more than enough to do, you know, a lot of NES sprites. It has all the colors you need for the NES. Do those, get comfortable with them. Look at the sprite you want to do. Check all the colors like I just did with the magic wand tool. Select them to see how many shades of a color you need, and then buy your 1,000 count bags. You can. I would do it sprite by sprite, is how I would order your beads, rather than try to order a whole bunch of colors in advance and not knowing what you're going to use them for. And then eventually you'll end up having so many saved up from your individual sprites that you won't need to buy a bag from Cool Stuff for Kids or Amazon each time. Alright, so next shade of green is this one here. This one's actually going to branch into our 5th shade of green. Get hype. 5th shade of green hype. Handful of these guys. Go. Is that actually the darker shade? No, it's not. Okay. The dark green and the next dark green are almost indistinguishable. They will look different when it melts, though. Yeah, I would agree with Mega Man on that. cheddar if you're doing NES. It doesn't seem like it. They use cheddar for everything. They didn't really have a flesh tone. Like, if you look behind me, I think you can see it. This Mega Man's face it's cheddar. It looks like it's flesh toned, but that's cheddar. They don't really start using actual flesh tones until the NES. Oh, the SNES, I mean. Significantly less cheddar when you get onto Super Nintendo, but it is an extremely common color to the extent that Perler sells them in 6,000 count bags because it's so commonly used. Yeah. Hey Watso, welcome. There's one up here. One. I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing this right up till 3 o'clock. We might even run a little bit late with it. This is a very big sprite. We'll get it. We're going to finish it. Hopefully nothing goes wrong during the ironing. That would be a big shame. My friend Jai did a wheel gator. The Maverick from Mega Man X2. That is a big sprite. It's a very big sprite. Okay. Next shade of green. This one, right? Yeah. This one. Definitely start with NES. I think that's critical. I would not jump into Super Nintendo. NES sprites are simple. You can certainly find one you like. Like my first speed sprite was Mario, and then Link. If you watch the first tutorial video, I do as Princess Zelda. I think is the first one I do. Very, very simple. It's like 3 colors, maybe 4 colors. Yep. That's another good reason. I would avoid going across multiple pegboards until you've already comfortable with ironing a single one. Today we've gotten them to interlock, and I think it should be fine with the parchment paper that I've got. I'll explain more about that when we get to the ironing phase. And of course, if anyone has to leave and can't see this sprite finished, we record everything on this channel to YouTube and go back and watch it permanently there. So if you miss anything, you can go back to YouTube and check it out. Take down 1 more, and then down 2. SNES Mario Mushroom, if you're going to do Super Nintendo, is pretty simple. That's 1 pegboard, not a lot of colors. The problem you're going to run into, and I don't know if this is still true, as the last time I bought Perler beads was like 3 or 4 years ago, there are very few shades of red in Perler, and there are a lot of SNES sprites that demand a lot of shades of red, so you're going to have to compromise and use brown in a lot of cases. Or branch out and find some red shades from other bead makers like Hama beads. And they may have improved on that. And it's not important that you get the color exactly right as it appears in the sprite. It doesn't have to be a perfect match, you just have to have the right contrast. So if you see 4 shades of green, just make sure that you have 4 shades of green. It doesn't matter, you know, which particular shades they are. If you get them closer, obviously that's great, but let me do a sanity check and make sure the blank spots match up with these light greens here. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4 blanks. 1, 2, oh, so we missed a bead. What color is the one that we missed? I think it's the one we just put away. That's why we do sanity checks. Should be 1 of these guys here. Right? Yes, perfect. Okay, and there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Cool. So we can pretty easily just fill in the blanks with the remaining color now that we've done our quick sanity check. Yeah, artistic interpretation. Yeah, well, none of the Chrono Trigger sprites behind me are the exact colors, and they're completely recognizable, especially from a distance. If you looked really close, you might be like, huh, that's kind of weird. You use like cream for Magus's face. It's like, yeah, I used cream for Magus's face. What else was I going to do? We have like a neon green coming in for the brightest color. And I'll do another aerial shot of the sprite so far to finish this piece up. Yep, poison mushroom. I didn't really go into detail about how I got the sprite up here and the grid on it because I did that in the first video. I'll try to link that at the beginning of the second video on YouTube. But it's also on the Twitch channel if you scroll down under donation goals in the links section. Kind of walks through that whole process. Yeah, it's looking good. Oh, that's cool. So maybe they've improved that since I started doing it. All right. Let's take a look. That looks pretty good. It's cool too, because like the bow staff by itself wasn't really recognizable. The bow staff with the right side of his leg wasn't really recognizable, but now that we've got that whole thing together, that's clearly Donatello's leg, right? So let's keep going. I'm gonna try something fancy here on paint.net. I might revert it, but that's the magic of paint.net. It's easy to revert changes. I'm doing is I'm holding control to progressively select more and more of him. What I'm going to try to do is deselect everything that I haven't already touched. We stopped there. Let me just confirm that real quick. Yeah. And then we did first 3 gray here to here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to desaturate this so that I don't get confused about it later and I know that it's already done. Cool. Let's start going to, let's see, how should we proceed? Thinking, yeah, undo that real quick. Sure I got that right, yeah, that's right. I think that's just going to confuse me if I do that. Let's see if there's some other way for me to distinguish it though. Do sepia tone maybe? No, it's still too close to gray. Try making it really, really bright instead of really, really dark. Yeah, that makes it stand out a little bit more. There you go. Hey Dahlias, how's it going? Alright, let's see. Let's finish the bow staff. That's a good idea. You're gonna get to see us cross the barrier between two pegboards. Four, 1, 2, 3. This goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1. Let's go up into the right. 1, 2. You're the barrier between two pegboards. That's all the gray up to his hand. Dark gray, anyway. Let's do the black next. Make sure everything is still lining up. Oh, I'm already seeing a problem there. Let's see. What's the problem? I think I see what it is. I think this guy. Yeah, there it is. Does everything have to go left one? It's possible. Yeah, I think so. Remember, you can leapfrog if you make a mistake like this. You don't have to move all of them over. Just leapfrog them. I think that's right now. So now this should go up 3, right? Yeah. Hey, Real Gamer, welcome. Try to keep the bow staff complete just so that we can use it as a ruler by which to compare everything else. 2 up here. Here's 1, 2. And down 1, right? Goes right here, yeah. 2, 3. Alright. There should be 1 here, 1 space, yep, and then 3, so the count is good. Let's fill in the rest of the light gray. Two, and 1, and 2, cool. Alright. Now I think I'm gonna go, let's see, what makes the most sense? I should probably just do his whole chest plate, because everything else Yeah, I think we need to do that now. So let's start that. There's a brown in the chest plate that we can start with here. I think I pulled out a brown in this. Let me make sure I know exactly how many browns I want to use, though. So this is actually a really dark purple, but instead of using that really dark purple, I think I'm just going to use my brown color. What does that mean for us, though? That means we need 3 browns. Yeah. I guess we could use black for that really dark purple. I bet it's not gonna... Doesn't... Oh, it does intersect, doesn't it? Damn. Should probably do that first. Let me see what I got. Might be able to solve for this. I can do a really, really dark blue, I suppose. I have a blue that's so dark it's practically black. It'll probably look fine. Yeah, but black might be better. To choose, but choose wisely. The true grail brings life, the false grail will take it from you. Now it doesn't intersect with dark gray, but it's so much darker than my dark gray. Could just chin up, say oh well, and do black. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, it's gonna intersect and it's gonna screw up the contrast a little bit, but it's not gonna be, the final product isn't gonna be harmed by it, I think. Oh, when you finish it, there's a little bit of stress all the way, like if I brought my fist down onto this table, the beads go everywhere and you lose all that time invested. That could also happen in this tutorial, and just to say, hey, that can happen, it's okay. Yeah, but once it's done, it ends up looking so good at the end. It's definitely worth it. Worth the pain. I need 22 of these guys. Okay. Okay, so... Three. I'm gonna jump 3, 2, 3. Here, 2. Over here we got 1, 2. I think it's gonna look fine. Until the fact that I keep like having to remind myself I think it's gonna look fine, I clearly don't fully believe it, but I think it's gonna look fine. Rational Dylan says, Rational Marstead says it's gonna look good. So there's 2, 3 here. There we go. Convenient thing about this sprite is that, if we get time to do a second one, I'll do a small one that kind of shows what happens when you just barely cross over the border. If you have just a little bit of another sprite on another pegboard, it can make it hard to iron and get it to stick together, but when it's a huge mass of pixels like we have in this one, it should be fine. Not going to run into any problems. Alright, so let's do... Let me count from the light gray. 2, space, black. Okay, so it's from this one. Let's go up 1 from here. So here goes 1, 2. Right? I think that's right. We'll revisit that in a sec. Two. That's right, Flarewing. Best turtle. also accept Raphael. You better have a damn good explanation if you pick Michelangelo. Really, Mikey's pretty great. To me, it's like asking someone which turtle is their favorite tells me a lot about their personality. All I need to hear is Donatello to know that we're gonna be buddies. If they say someone other than Donatello, that's okay, as long as they have a prepared explanation. You don't need to explain Donatello to me, I get it, but if you can give me a good reason for why you pick one of the other ones, then cool beans. I think that's all the floaters there. The 2003 is pretty cool. Alright guys, I'm gonna get up for a second, grab some of my backup beads, I'll be right back. Hey, you're saying that, Kami. Sounds really good. Right, we're doing the chest plate. Let's get back to that. Dark brown. I'm using paint.net, although you can do everything I'm doing here in MS Paint, except maybe the magic wand tool. Paint.net is outstanding because it's very lightweight compared to something like Photoshop or GIMP. It has all the features you need and nothing crazier than that. It's also free. Oh, big fan of that system. I want to get out of this gray section as soon as possible because, like, even I'm having trouble telling the difference between them. It's so much easier when it's like, okay, green and purple, sure. But I really have to look for a few seconds to figure out what's gray, what's black, and what's light gray. That's high praise. The best version of Turtles, huh? I'll have to watch it. My favorite Turtles is, well, in retrospect, I didn't think this as a kid, but the adult version of me, my favorite version of Turtles is the 90s, the first 90s movie. Does that fix everything? Or are there other mistakes after that? Okay, that's all that was. 2003 series is the one where, like, Shredder's an alien, is that right? Not completely opposed to that. Remember that causing some controversy, though. It's definitely the toughest part so far here, getting the chest plate to work the way we want it to. Shredder was one of the Krangs, yeah. But Krang wasn't actually in it. There's some, like, throwaway joke about Krang. I'm really looking forward to being done with the chest plate here. It'll make it so much easier to figure out the rest of him. Yeah, there's an entire species of Krang, but like there wasn't a character named Krang. It was his own villain. Like the Ultrosons or the Ultrons or something. Okay, well, that's good for brown for now. See if we miss any and we come back at it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that there were multiple shredders too. Interesting. Alright, next we're doing this brown, and we're going to use cheddar for that yellowish color. It's slightly different than the color in the bow staff, but I think it will melt. It'll look good when it melts. Also, it doesn't touch the bow staff, so it should be fine. This is 4 here, right? Yeah. It lines up, so we know we're doing it right. It's crazy, is like it looks like nothing. It really gives you an appreciation for sprite artists, how they're like, there's not like a progressive like, oh okay, like this is kind of looking like a chest plate. No, this just looks like a bunch of brown all over the place, haphazardly positioned. At least now all the colors we're placing are adjacent to another color. It makes me nervous when I'm placing colors that aren't adjacent like that. So one of the beads adhered to my finger there when I placed it down, and I caught it and moved it back, but that's another way you can make a mistake. You're moving too fast. Beads want to go on their pegs, so even if you bump one over, it'll tend to just shift over to the peg to the left. You won't even know that it got moved. I'm going to undo that highlighting I did on the piece we already completed. I might just be able to move it to a different layer. I could try that. Oh, just caught a mistake. What is the mistake? Missing a dark brown. That's the best kind of mistake. I just need to add another one. Much prefer that to something is in the wrong place. Oh, Shovel Knight would be really cool. No, I haven't. Shovel Knight came out way after I first, or whatever the last time I did these. Maybe we'll do that for the next stream. That'd be really cool. They have a good color count. Hey Das, hey Vinny, how's it going? Oops. think that's all for that color of brown. Okay. Let's do the cheddar, and we'll see where our gaps are. I think there might still be some gaps in there. We can shift this over, right? There we go. And the next batch of this cheddar is pretty high up. Should be here. Right. That looks right. And just as we're adding this color, now it's finally starting to look like the chest plate. I'm starting to see the form. But up until now, no. If I ever get to go to PAX again and see, I didn't get it in time. So I went to PAX last year and we got to see Hironobu Sakaguchi. He gave a really good panel. He's the creator of Final Fantasy. We did a signing thing after the fact, and if I had thought ahead, I would have made a sprite. You know how in the developer ending, the secret ending of Chrono Trigger, there's like a little sprite of Hironobu Sakaguchi. It's like running around. Would have made that as a sprite and had him sign it. Would have been really cool. Maybe we'll get that opportunity again. Instead, I had him sign my 3DS, which is not a good surface to have signed, by the way. It just wiped right off in my pocket. Okay, let's see. Can we do a fill here? Just do the outline and then fill down. Yeah, let's just do that. Perfect. Find the higher you go on these sprites, you have to do a little bit less work as far as switching up colors constantly because there's less shading towards the top of the character. Oh, that's not the right color. Some oranges mixed in with my cheddar. Just kind of have a handful over here that I'm working from. Thanks, Leon. I think it got bumped. Let me know if the camera has any further issues. Oh god, I just lost track. Okay, I'm back to where I was. If you see that get bumped again, let me know. And I'll do an aerial view. Fortunately, without having a camera dangling above, this is the best I can do. I've got it on a book in front of me here. But if you ever want to take a peek at it in all its glory, let me know. That's it for cheddar, I think, right? Yeah. Alright, let's do the gray. Easy fill here. Try to do all the easy fills first. You're an easy fill. Once this is done, I might fill in the rest of the purple. That should be pretty easy to do, and then we can do the arms and legs around that. There's a webcomic called Achewood where one of the characters, like when a character would normally say like, instead of saying like, he says such as. So instead of saying it was like 50 degrees out, say it was such as 50 degrees outside. And Krangs are Nolan North, that's funny. What a prolific voice actor. Dropped a bead, it's gone. I'm not going to try to rescue it. Okay. Let's get gray here. This is Andrea's favorite Final Fantasy battle music. She like makes up her own bass line to go along with it. Do 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 do. Sings along. Four. 1, 2, 3. Oops. All right, let's take a look. See how we're doing. We've got some more gray to add. Yeah. So at the end, that gray kind of stands out, doesn't it? Compared to the color that's on the screen. I think it's going to melt okay, but it is going to look a little bit weird. You look a little bit weird. Okay. Do this guy now. One of those things where it's still going to look awesome at a distance. There's really not a better color to do. Like, do we have a super desaturated, like almost peach color? Gilbert Gottfried? Awesome. Right, flowing. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, Phoenix Revenge, how's it going? Cool. All right, that looks good. Another take a look. So let's get to bringing in that purple. It's gonna make a lot of it clean up, I think. I'm rethinking on that gray. I wonder if I can sub it out for white. Yeah, that would look. I'd rather it trend towards darker than lighter. That's the only really color that's gonna work. I mean, it's kind of weird looking, but it's recognizable as his chest plate. So we'll move along. All right, purple time. Where my dark purple at? There it is. Hey, welcome back, Darkstar. And welcome back, D-Rock. Or... Ah! Oh god. Search and rescue spoon. We've been to a restaurant called the Melting Pot. It's like a fondue restaurant. Highly recommend it. It's expensive. Go there on like special occasion, not all the time, but see if I can do all this purple in one go. That would be nice, and I can make sure that I have enough of it. This outlines pretty well. There's one in California, and there's one in Columbus, Ohio, so I assume that it's got some national presence. There's not a lot of restaurants that are in both of those two places. You can look it up and see if you have one in your area, Melting Pot, with your zip code. Basically, you pick like a bunch of different courses of food. They start with a cheese, and they give you a bunch of things to dip into it, like nacho chips, bread, apples. Get a salad, and then you pick your meat and what kind of broth you want to cook it in. You basically cook your own food at your table. The middle of the table is like this hot plate. Super tasty. It's really good. Valentine's Day destination, although I insist that no one ever do anything on Valentine's Day. Like, have a Valentine's Day observed after or before. Don't actually go on that day. You will be a happier person for it. Everyone who actually is doing it on Valentine's Day will be happier people for it. Same just goes for any holiday. Mother's Day, don't go to the restaurant on Mother's Day. You're gonna be miserable. Go like the week before or the week after. A lot of people who are like very particular about that. They need to go on the actual day, right? Like, we have to do Christmas on December 25th. We couldn't do it on the 23rd or something. Alright. I don't really see the difference, but that's cool. Looking good. Another aerial preview here. Coming together. Better as we fill in this purple. This is great. The way the purple is currently going, it's just... there's no gaps. Just all counting. Oops. 3, 4, 5... I think we're going to be just barely okay on purple. I'm probably going to be out at the end of it. It looks like I have just enough to finish it, which is good. Oops. Oh, then. How is that? I've always felt like that would be the worst, to have your birthday be super, super close to Christmas. I mean, that's if you have siblings, like, you can judge whether or not you're getting screwed on presents. We're straying far into the bottom right quadrant now. Let me move the camera a little bit. We're going to need to add another pegboard up top, so I'm going to save that until the very end because I'm probably going to have to like remove the camera or put it at a not ideal angle at that point. Let me make sure I'm not going crazy here. 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2. It's black. I love when they loop around like this because it's really easy to tell if you made a mistake at the end of it. If it connects where it's supposed to, huzzah. If not, you didn't go too far and have to undo too much. Double presents, nice. Yeah, if you have a sibling, you're able to at least compare, right? My birthday's in April. Which is a good time. It's far away from everything. April Fool's Day. It's not a real holiday. For 5. Let me double check the count on this here in a sec. Suspicious that that's right. I think it is now. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Gonna doubt it. 1. There should be 3. Perfect. That is what I am talking about. Hey, Not Jen, how's it going? More up here. A couple jumps, but very reasonable jumps. Oh yeah, we're totally gonna be good on purple. Wish I had like a weighing, like a scale that could tell me how many beads I had. Because I can tell exactly how many pixels I need, right? Those away for now. We'll come back to them when we do his bandana at the top. Yeah, we're running low. Cool. So next we got the next shade of purple, which is this one. Which, unfortunately, mine is a little bit more of a pink color, but shades are shades. Makes sense, Mega Man. We'll do another aerial view here once we finish the bandanas. The small bead sprites are pretty good. Might be able to try to find a way next time to like suspend a camera from the ceiling. Get a GoPro or something. I did not make $7 million this year. PewDiePie got in at just the right time and he has just the right audience, you know. Also, if you're gonna do PewDiePie's style of streaming, you gotta be willing to do PewDiePie's style of streaming, right? Like, kind of bombastic, over the top personality. Actually, PewDiePie's featured in a pretty funny South Park episode that came out recently. I think it was the last couple episodes of the last season. It's not about Twitch, but it's about YouTube gaming. And PewDiePie is actually in the episode. Like, they got him to do some stuff for it. Yeah, lowest common denominator kind of thing. I have a friend who is a partnered Twitch streamer, and he makes almost minimum wage now, I think, effectively, from Twitch subscriptions. Subscriptions don't actually pay all that much. It's like a person pays $5 a month to you, and $250 of that goes to Twitch. $250 goes to you. Definitely something, if you're going to get into, you really have to invest in it. Take a big risk. Yeah, I also prefer chilled out streams, if you couldn't tell. The bombastic streams are what get ad revenue, though. I think you get more subscribers if you a little bit more personable. People want to pay you money. But if you're whoa, holy crap, crazy man, like, kids are gonna click your stream and you're gonna get your view count's gonna go up. They're gonna watch lots of ads. Good AdSense numbers. What's up, hi? How's it going? So this is one of 4 songs that plays in Braille default when you trigger this special status. It's kind of cool. I wanted to use it in my Dungeons & Dragons game and have like a bard boss battle where their mechanics would change based on which of these 4 songs was playing, but I couldn't get it to work with all the delay and turns associated with playing D&D. I think that's it for that purple. Let's do the next one. Lilac time. What's up, Toss? How's it going? After this lilac and then those little bits of gray, I'll show you what he's looking like so far. We'll try to finish him below the belt, so we'll do the other leg. Oops. Drop the bead, it's gone. We'll get it after stream. Do it after the report. Oh, I missed a dark purple. That's good. So I see it. See if I can fix that right quick. Where's that? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either style. Absolutely. PewDiePie is definitely successful. There's a reason for it, right? I have not played Earth Defense Force. What system is it for? Or systems? The thing with this sprite is you can get large multi-pegboard sprites that don't take this long. It's just that this is an extremely dense sprite. Like, Donatello is crouching, so there's very little dead space in between the pixels. Like, kind of between his legs, but for the most part, it's just compacted pixels everywhere. Clown Car would be similar if you was thinking about doing Bowser's Clown Car today. That's down 1. I missed some purple there? I think so. Oh, I just put it in the wrong place, didn't I? But I can fix it. It's not the end of the world. Oops. Fixed. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So you could just play any one of them, basically. Gotcha, gotcha. Roger, roger. Yeah, there's some missing color over here. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Hopefully it's not a huge problem. Figure out what the problem is. Oh, I think it's just that purple that I left out. Okay, let's see again. Pretty good chance we're going to run late into Final Fantasy XIV time, which is fine. I'll go ahead and jump in TeamSpeak on time, but maybe they can do like Hildebrand or something in the meantime. Matt, or actually, I guess he's not in chat anymore. I'll see if he pops back into chat later. But to give Hapax a heads up that he doesn't need to rush home after work. He's got something going on. But as soon as this is done and ironed, we'll switch over to F14. Hey Yahan. Oh, welcome back. Oh, let's see what it's looking like. I'm already noticing that my top pegboard is slightly differently shaped than the other ones, so the pegs are slightly higher. Crap, what was that? Just moved a black pixel on. Figure out what it was. It was right here. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Here we go. Let's take a look. Looks pretty good, man. All right. Let's do his right leg. Yeah, Matt and Apex or both do. Just doing the leg. This is going to be similar to that dark purple where I can just kind of quickly fill in. In this day and age, Jahan. I agree. Oops, that is not the right color at all, is it? There's a couple oranges mixed in with these greens. I'm just going to try to catch them as they go down rather than try to clean them out. One, two, come back to that here in a sec. Right, Kami? It's happened. Not with cats. It's usually myself that's ended a project. They're running around the apartment right now. It could happen at any moment. I'm staying vigilant though. I've got my water bottle ready to spritz them as needed. Oops. Five. Hey Marcus Angel, how's it going? Oops. I'll just fix that later. Five down here. Two. like so. This goes up to 4. Two, 1. Oops. Try to fix that. And it looks good at the moment. Alright, so don't think I want to do the rest of the green just yet because it's going to be pretty easy to get it confused. So I'm going to do the rest, the other greens that are captured by this dark green, and then we'll move on. So the next darkest green is this guy. Which is more or less just filling in. Yeah. A couple exceptions. Yeah, I'll just fill this in here. Cool. Hey, Ino-chan. How you been? Alright, we got next shade is this one. We just need like 3. These ones are Perler, but yeah. Oh man. I love doing, because when you do the leg, like everything else around the leg starts to come into place. I still don't really like the gray on his chest, but I just gotta move on, and we're not gonna make that look better than it looks. There's not a color in Hama that's that desaturated, or anything other than just straight up gray, so it'll look good when it melts. Let's go back to dark green. Do you have any creations around your home, Inu-chan? Alright, so this is 1, 2, 1, and then 2 up here. So I'll try to use the purple as a guide. Oops. Up there. There, down to just 2. And it's going to be a long count down from there to get the next ones right. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 6. There we go. And 1, 2, 1. Parfait. Welcome. 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Kind of see how I'm doing this here. Look back so you can see the bottom. We're going to be approaching the bottom of the screen again. 1, 2, 3. Oops. 2, 3, 1. You can count, you can do Perler beads. We're going to do a quick sanity check to make sure that this is on the same row as the bow staff. I think it is. Let us know that don't have the whole thing off by like one line. Three. I'm going to finish the dark green while I'm focused on it, and then we'll go and do the sanity check versus the bow staff. Almost got it done here. 1, 2, 1. 1. Yeah, that's good. That should be one, yeah, perfect. Alright, so the bow staff, the bottom of his foot should line up with the first brown pixel on the bow. Which that appears to be correct. Perfect. So everything looks good so far. Keep doing the green of his leg. Ooh, there's another green in here, isn't there? Make sure it's not one that we've already encountered. Hold on. Ah, okay, good. I'm glad I caught that now. That would have been bad. Alright, so what we just placed, none of that's in the right spot. Let's fix everything. This should go here. Always be patient and double check what you're doing as you go. Otherwise that would have taken a long time to fix if I hadn't caught it 5 or 6 placements in. Cool, Darkstar. Yeah, we'll do Beadsprite tutorials. It's a donation goal to do additional ones. We hang them up on the wall behind us whenever we're done with it too. So it'll certainly do them again. I'll set the new donation goal for the next one. Probably going to have to set it a little bit higher because I've exhausted a lot of my bead colors today. So I'll use some of the money to buy some more colors. But they're always permanently recorded. You can go on YouTube and check them out. Are there sprites in Valkyria Chronicles? It's a fairly recent game, right? I haven't seen the in-game gameplays, so. Super Nintendo is about the level of quality I could do. I could do like a Fire Emblem Awakening that has like SNES level sprite complexity. If someone's made a like demake sprite version of it, I could do that too. It's not uncommon. Okay, that could work, Mega Man. As long as there's one that has like the 16-bit or 8-bit style. I see. Gotcha. So, like, if I were to do, you know, a Final Fantasy 12 character, I would use the Revenant Wings sprites because they are sprite-based, or something from like Record Keeper. All right, now we can do that next one. Yeah, cool. It's funny because like these shades are almost identical. They will look different when it melts. Yeah, Record Keeper. My favorite visual style of any Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy VI. So that Record Keeper says, "Hey, let's take all the different Final Fantasy characters and render them in the style of Final Fantasy VI." That sounds great to me. Let's get more of that. Be fun filling in the brightest screen here. There's a lot of it, and it'll be really obvious where it goes. We won't have to do any counting. Cool, it's looking good. One up here in the middle. And two. This goes 1, 2, and then it's 3. Cool. That's it for that green, I think. Let's do the next shade. Motherfucker. Yeah, I have basically an unlimited number of pegboards. That's certainly not the limiting factor. Color complexity would be a problem and time would be a problem. You notice that this isn't that huge of a sprite. I mean, it's significantly bigger than an AS sprite, but this is only like 4, maybe 5 pegboards, and you see that it's taken about 2 hours to get as far as we have here. At a fairly brisk pace. No major mistakes or upsites or catastrophes that would have extended the duration significantly had they happened. Knock on wood. Well, don't knock on this table. That would cause such catastrophe. So to give you a sense, this one we determined was about, actually I'll tell you here in a sec, 2,000 some pixels total, 2,000 beads. And try to calibrate from there. Gray is spilling everywhere. Hold on one sec. Get these grays out of the way so they don't spill. Once these ones are filled in, it should be pretty easy to go back and just make sure that the shapes are right, and then just fill in all of the brightest green color in one go. There we go. I'm going to be really excited to iron this thing and put it on the wall. It's going to look really good. It's bead monstrosity. It's got to have patience, take it slow, you know. So we know we're not going to have any more pegboards going to the left or right. I need to add one at the very top for the bow staff. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Don't go into autopilot when you're bead spreading, by the way. I just did that and then placed an extra bead by error. Alright, so let's see. Let's make sure everything fits before I just fill in with the remaining color. That's right. 3. Let's cross at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, cool. So this next part, this is as easy as bead spreading gets. We have outlined the whole thing, so we can almost just like dump the remaining beads into their positions. You can actually do the dumping, although you risk knocking some beads out of the way, so I'm not going to do it that way. So play it safe. But like I said, beads tend to want to land in their peg spots. So here we don't have to do the pain of counting or searching. We just know that any empty space is this last green shade and just drop them all down. We'll do another aerial view here once this leg is done. This part is such a relief when you're just filling in space and all the pieces seem to make sense. The yellow in the background is actually pretty close to this neon green I'm dropping down right now. One sec. Okay, that makes sense. Just one bead that got knocked over while I was filling. Which I could tell which one it was. Quickly fix it. You can kind of just sprinkle the beads on there and hope they land in a spot that you need to fill. Nudge them into place if not. When you are just filling in outlined areas like this. If you're just dropping a bead, it's usually not that big of a deal. If you were doing a gigantic Beadsprite though that like had lots and lots of contiguous color, like the Black Mage isn't a gigantic sprite, but if you were to outline Black Mage's face, there's so many black beads there, you can just drop them in the area, and nudge them as needed once you know what the outline is. Starting to look like the lower half of a turtle. Aerial viewing coming. If you're alt-tabbed or something, I want to check out the progress so far. About 15 seconds or so. Whew, it's satisfying. I think we're just going to stick to green while we got it up, Alright, here comes the aerial view. That looks really good. Yeah? Alright, we're almost there. Whoa, we're more than halfway there. Whoa. Living on a prayer. Okay, so let's go ahead and do all the green that we can. Know that we can say we've done all of that. So all of that I'm going to desaturate all the way down. Let's just focus on the top part here. Yeah. There's other deep finished areas too, but that'll be good enough for me to still keep track. Alright, so if we're doing green, doing the dark greens, only 118 pixels. That's nothing if we do that standing on our heads. Make this easier on myself and get rid of the extras here. Hold on one sec. There is a cat problem about to happen. Let me stop. Dodged a bullet there. Ben was pawing at the monitor, which normally wouldn't be a big deal, right? Just kind of move the webcam a little bit, but if anything fell over, it would fall on top of the Beadsprite and be a disaster. Next time I'm going to play it safe and kick him out, lock him in a bedroom or something. Yeah, that was Diablo 2. Rogue encampment. Hey, Flarewing. Yep. Oh, it would be pretty ruined. I'd be chill about it. You know, there's this this thing that Buddhist monks do. It's called making a sand mandala. If you watched the most recent season of House of Cards, you may have noticed this. But basically, they make this huge, intricate, extremely difficult, extremely precise, beautiful mandala out of sand, and then when they're done, they destroy it. Talk about the impermanence of all things. So we would just be very Buddhist about it. If Ben destroyed it, ah well, everything's impermanent. Go too crazy with those. 1, 2, 1. Nice, Darkstar, grats. Yeah. Catastrophe was very close to occurring. Very, very close. Remained vigilant, though, and caught it. This is from Shovel Knight. You the devil. Did you really, Flarewing? Nice. So just with Duty Finder? Hey Flarewing, could you do me a favor and send a message to our Final Fantasy XIV group that I'm definitely going to be late? I'll jump in TeamSpeak here in about 40 minutes. But people don't need to rush to get home on time, or if they do get home early, just go ahead and either go through the main story. I'm probably, when I do it, I'm just going to skip all the text, so I could catch up to them fairly quickly. Outside of the important cutscenes and things. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Ben. This guy. Yeah, Andrea. It's turning out pretty good, too. Give another aerial view. We're getting there. This is all junk that's over here. Let me just brush it off. Yeah, Matt's already ahead of us. That's correct. Hapax is not, though. He has been visiting his lady friend, special lady, in New York City. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Is it the whole raid that's out right now, or are they still adding more to it? Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's why it wasn't difficult. Sure. Is there a hard mode version to Coil as well? I've heard that like the core of Coil is actually pretty tough. Uh-oh. Suddenly worried that my count is wrong. Hold on. Yeah, something's off. Okay, let me triage. Oh, okay, it's not that big of a deal. Hop. Skip. There we go. No big deal. Hey Matt, I was just Flare when you shared a message, but I am definitely going to be late. You let Haypax know too. No rush getting home and logging on. If you do log on, go ahead and like continue the main story or Hildebrand or whatever. But I'll hop in TeamSpeak in about 35 minutes. Hey Sanguine, how's it going? All the Illuminati. Oh, it's surrounded. Okay. Cool, Darkstar. Yeah, that might end up being all we do tonight, depending on how late this Beadsprite runs. I don't think it'll be too much longer. We're definitely past the 50% point. Then we can do the annoying story stuff off stream. For Saturday morning. Let's see, there's 2, and then 1 here. If we can get all this green done, that would be friggin' swell, or most of it anyway. I don't know if I want to get that one that's all the way up by his head. It's way out of the way. That sounds good, Matt. Kinji, how's it going? Oh, what server are you on, Broken One? I don't remember if I've already asked this. Hey man, there we go. Pretty big fan of that game, as has been evidenced. I was going to try to do the hard mode dungeons. The reason the one dungeon per stream means that we don't have to do any bullshit to do them. There's just like a talk to a guy and then the dungeon opens. I'd love to do a ton of dungeons per stream. It's just that unfortunately on the patch 2.1 to 2.55 trail, there's a bunch of interstitial bullshit that we have to do first. Right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. All depends on timing. Wouldn't have predicted that I would still be doing this at this hour, so it might change up the schedule for today. Also depends on whether myself, Apex, and Matt have time to do the fetch quests in between them off stream or not. Alright, Broken Well, if you ever decide to play again, I'm going to join our server. Can chat with you and you can communicate via emotes and button presses. I'm gonna be a little careful doing too much outlining out here. I might need to stop. Yeah, I'm gonna lay off the rest of that. I need to actually get to that naturally by filling in other colors. Alright, I guess we could finish off the purple though. Why don't we do that? Get back to the screen. To finish off the purple, I'm going to need to have something that's touching all of the purple, basically. We can do that easily enough. That goes up 1, and then over 2, up 2, 1, 2, 3, that's 4, right? 4. Yeah, it's not like, if you don't like playing with other people, it's certainly not for you. It's not like Knights of the Republic, or the Old Republic MMO, where you can play it as a single-player game. Every piece of awesome story you play as a group. Yeah. Although if you're going to pay a subscription, I usually feel the same way. If you are going to pay a subscription for a game, Final Fantasy 14 justifies it. Ways that I feel like WoW doesn't. Okay, well, now that we're all the way up here, why don't we go ahead and get that last piece. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Should align with the 3. Okay, cool. I think I can put away this dark green. Finishing a color hype. Maybe in the highest color volume actually that was remaining, so I can speed things up a little bit after this. Right flare wing, exactly. Here's just what it's looking like at the moment. Just have to fill in the top part there. It's just the bow staff that's going to extend onto another pegboard. Hopefully it's just one more pegboard and not 2 pegboards, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to sneak into 2. It's Ultros, Ultros. If you choose to subscribe again, we would be happy to have you. Kami's always careful to say they are on Ultros, leaving open the possibility that you would join him on his server instead. Right. Right. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah. Varying levels of import. Mostly 6 though. That doesn't shock me. A lot of love out there for Ultros. Uh-oh, where'd that come from? Just knocked out. Green piece, I don't know where it came from. Probably look on YouTube and like use the live DVR to find out. Yeah, I can't tell. Alright, well, I'm sure we'll find it as we're filling in other pieces. Hey, Ganymede native. See you again. Yeah, you can't sleep. Mr. Bridges, Isco. How's it going? There's an aerial view. We're getting there. Just gotta finish filling them in, and it's ironing time. Aw, yes. Yeah, Mega Man, you gotta check it out. You just hop around until you see important stuff. Is that right? No, that's not right. That point ain't right. fixed. And that's all there is in this general area. There's one, and there's one. That could work. Just do whatever. If you just want to do something else that's not Final Fantasy 14 until we're done, that's cool too. But like I said, I'll hop in TeamSpeak on time. Alright, let me take a break from these greens for a sec to finish out that purple that's around the place. Done all the purple that's on the right side, we gotta get his mask and other such areas. Yeah, that's cool, man. Do what thou wilt. Sure you'll get to Hildebrand eventually. Okay. 2, 3. One, 2. One. So much green at the top here, man. Apex is the one that's going to get hyped about Hildebrand. Got me. Hey, Majora's Mask Freak. We're a fan of a most excellent game. Something's wrong. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Looks right there. So when does a problem occur? 1, 1, 2. 1, 2. I have a feeling that these are all shifted to the right one. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sure that's true. Okay, well, let me finish doing the purple before I fix anything. There's the problem with straying too far from the areas you've already covered. You run into this problem pretty quickly. Hey, Jinxie. I probably, since this purple was pretty natural expansion from the purple below it, I probably should have done this first in retrospect. Let's just try moving all these over to the right one. You have two that are adjacent to each other and you need to move a whole bunch of them to the right, you can just do a bunny hop instead of moving all of them. It's effectively doing the same thing. Like here. That wasn't too bad. Could have been way worse. What I can do though is I can check real quick, count from the topmost dark, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 18. Perfect. We're good now. Problem solved. Not the end of the world. Alright. Smedley. Hey, Black Butterfly, how's it going? We're already good on the right side. Now, let's see. Yeah, there's one directly above this guy. Should be able to work from there to do the rest of the purple. Put the purple away. Yeah, it's just going to be his bow staff that's going to run up, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to require 2 pegboards. It's going to go like, it's going to bisect the center there. That's okay. Worse things have happened. Ah, very good, D-Rock. One, two, three. We're almost done with this shade of purple. Hey, quick, welcome. Oops. Purple, here we go. Once this purple's done, we'll do another aerial view of the whole thing in progress so far. See if I can better position the camera so I stop nudging it right now. I keep having to reach over it. so I think that this dark purple and this purple are both completely done. So that leaves lilac. Lilac. And some small amount of gray. I think we're doing a little bit better than that. A lot of the green is going to be filling in. We might be done in another hour or so, I would hope, at the current rate. It'll be nice to retire some of these colors. It's kind of what I'm looking forward to right now. Yeah, that's true. Ah, shit. That's all of that, right? That's it for lilac. So we ended up, I'm now 100% sure that we're not running out of any one color, which is very good. I wasn't 100% sure of that when we first started. Let's do these gray, there's only a couple of them. It's crazy, this sprite is huge, and like, Donatello's eye gets exactly 1 pixel. Cool, so now that we've got all the purple done, let's take a look. Looks pretty good. Just got to fill in the arm, finish up the bow staff will be the last step. I'll probably have to decommission this camera once we get to the bow staff, because I'm not going to have a space on my table anymore, and I want to have as much space as possible when I'm ironing it so I don't screw it up. Cool. So why don't we just finish let's get to the top of the pegboards with the bow. That's as far as we can take it. So that would require finishing the hand, I think. Well, I guess maybe not. We have the outline needed. I guess it's 3 pixels because there's dark, light, dark, and then a dark, so. One, two, 1, 2, 3. Oh, if everything goes excellently, it's not. No, it's definitely going to extend into. We're going to add a 6th pedboard up in the top right for something very, 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 very minor, but that's okay. So keep in stride, because what I'm here to do is just to wiggle your behind. Let's go as high as we can. Knowing the dark truth. Yeah, that's gonna be the top. Adjusting volume so I can hear TeamSpeak. Okay. Help with continuing to measure the whole thing out, right? Yeah, this is color we haven't busted out in about 3 hours. Kind of the mahogany color for the bow staff. Oops. Oh, that's not right at all. It goes up way further. Mahogany doesn't kick in until his mask. Oh, there it is. Just so it's still like the grip in the center. Two, three, four. He's a mahogany god. Oh, something's already wrong. Let's see what it is. Two, three, four. Should that whole thing just be shifted to the right one, I think? Hold on. Yeah. Well, maybe not. I mean, this stuff for sure. Go ahead and do that. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, that's right. But is this right now? Yeah, it might be actually. That means this goes here. There needs to just be a gap of 1, so this would have to. Oh wait. Is this the problem? No, it doesn't fix it either. Something's funky up top here. See if I can figure out what it is. Must be the location of the mask. That's the only thing I can think it is. I think the mask is one square too far to the right. Let me try with that theory in mind. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay, cool. No need to panic. Back to mahogany. Means that black is off though, I think. Should be over one more. Yeah, okay. Cool. You guys got a question about beadspriting? Feel free to ask. Kind of applying the finishing touches here, so gone through most of the basics earlier in the stream. You can also check out the first video that we did. It's linked on my profile there at the bottom under links. You can see as a donation goal, Beadsprite tutorial number 1. Goes over most of the basics beyond the stuff I just have on the screen here. But if anything specific you want to know, let me know. Happy to help. Okay, so gray, dark gray. It's one of those songs that video game cover band was going to do. Andrew was learning it. Bull attack, welcome. Bow staff is almost done, aside from the stuff we're going to have to add up at the very top. I'll do another full preview of him here in a second. If you want to see an aerial view. We're getting there. There's the completed bow staff. We just have to fill in his head, some of his arms and his hand. And then we're going to have to zoom out and add a couple more pegboards at the top to finish off the bow staff. So why don't we get started doing that? Okay. So this is the number 2 dark green. TND dude, how's it doing? It's one of the benefits of that magic wand too. You see at the bottom where it says 112 pixels square, I know that I need to do 112 beads here. I already started this one, didn't I? Stopped here, okay. Goes here, actually. Darkstar, Kami being paged by Darkstar, year round. Somewhere in there, let me go take another look. You see, when we did the first Beadsprite tutorial, we did 4 sprites. Each at a single pegboard, all of them NES sprites. Actually, no, the 4th one was a Super Nintendo sprite. It was a Warrior of Light. But it was like an FF6 sprite. And we did that with a little bit of time to spare in 3 hours. You can see picking one of these really big ones give you a sense of how much time it takes so you don't overextend yourself. I'll repeat again, I think I said at the very beginning of the stream how many pixels were in this sprite in total. I'll repeat that at the end just to kind of give you a sense of number of beads per hour for someone who's relatively quick about it. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. They're actually much smaller than a quarter size. Because even the ones that are a single pegboard, like look how much of the bottom left pegboard we actually used. We didn't use anywhere near that much of even just one pegboard for the Black Mage. Maybe an eighth of the pegboard for like Zelda and Link. We can use this as a barometer basically by counting the number of pixels and the amount of minutes it took us to complete it. In the future we can say, okay, this is the number of pixels that are in this bead sprite, so this is roughly how much time it should take. Barring surprise complications, that kind of thing. It's true. Although it should give a rough estimate, is what we're going for. Hey, Cheeseburger, how you been, man? We're almost there, man. Got a few more colors to wrap in. A rough estimate is better than no estimate at all, right? Yeah, color density is certainly a multiplier on how long it takes. Oh, cool. Which one did you get, Cheeseburger? At this point, fortunately, we're able to do very little counting, and that speeds things up. Because we have something to count against relative. Say, okay, I know that this green goes below that purple, and so on. After these greens are done, I'll do another aerial view, show you progress so far. I know the camera keeps drifting here. Nice. You a big Luigi fan? Luigi's the #1 Mario brother in my opinion. Apparently in Japan they don't like the underdog. They really don't like Luigi over there. But it's the opposite in the West. Okay. Let me do a quick pass and see if that's about everything or not. Here's an aerial preview. That's definitely not, so you can see that that's completely Donatello and there's just empty spaces we have to fill in. We have all the basic structures there. We just have to get the remaining major green filled in pretty much. That's exciting. Okay. Next green. It's this guy. Cthulhu, Esme, welcome. I'll have questions about Beadsprites. Free to speak up. Got a bunch of resources on the screen there, but I can also just answer general questions. You guys are gonna get to see the fun part. Hopefully, I might have to hide the camera for the ironing because this is such a huge Beadsprite and it's gonna take up 2 more spaces to finish off the bow staff. I might not have space for the camera, but I'll try to putz around with it a little bit. As long as I'm not risking knocking the thing over. If you need to see ironing though, you can go back to Beadsprite tutorial #1. Check it out there. Yeah, we have the full structure now. This is definitely Donatello. We're just filling in the blanks. Empty Dexter. It's going. That arm's almost done. 2 more greens after this. I feel like we're on the home stretch now. I think clearing in the next 45 minutes is definitely a doable goal. It gets a lot less wide the higher up you go. Oops. Things could still go very wrongly during ironing, you know? Pray that does not happen. but it is a real risk. Good to acknowledge it. Two right in here. It's all three. Hey, welcome back, AMA. So, how difficult is this new Alexander content? Like, can you envision what the hard mode's gonna look like? Or are the hard modes typically very different, or they add new mechanics? I assume it was just higher numbers most of the time. Oops, shit. Tweak some, make them more deadly, maybe. When does hard mode come out? I guess they're giving people time to gear up first. Savage, okay. What they use to refer to, like, hard raids, basically. Gotta learn my, terminology. Wow. Are they expecting it to be doable with the... I know you're limited in how many gear tokens you can get in a week. That's pretty impressive. Okay. Made a very, very, very minor error there, but it's super easy to fix. It's one missing pixel. There we go. Probably make the purple look a little bit better. Poor green reserves. Actually, I hadn't used... I'm glad to have done this as a project because I had lots of extra green before this. Not so much anymore. Like I mentioned, there are more shades of green than any other color in the Perler catalog because, well, human eye is better at distinguishing shades of green than any other color. So that certainly stands to reason. Not a coincidence. So, is progression like, are people getting gear from the first turn or floor or whatever, and then until everyone in the group is geared, they're just simply unable to progress to the next turn or floor? Is that typically how it works out? That you unlock the next one, but you shouldn't really try it until everyone in your group is geared from the first one? World of Warcraft would do it that way sometimes. They'd have a dungeon that would have, I don't know, say 15 bosses in it, but you weren't realistically expected to be able to deal with the more than the first 3 until after you've gotten gear from those first 3. Once the screen is done, we'll do another zoom out aerial view. It's coming together. This is mostly on the edges, this color here that we're doing right now. I didn't finish filling in the light gray on the staff today. Let's do that here in a sec. Should take, it's like 4 beads or so. Back to green. Oh, thank you, AMA. I didn't see it. Yeah, right. No worries. You just ping me, Andrew. I don't have any way to see it. You can type it in chat if you want. Huh. Yeah, I didn't get a deleted link. I guess there's some settings you can do that just automatically delete links. You could try switching it to a tiny URL. Just go to tinyurl.com.
Entered your channel.
Hey dude, how's it going? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was muting the Twitch chat so that it wouldn't.
Ah, very good. I think we're going to be able to clear this by 4 o'clock Pacific. So another 30 minutes or so. Might run a little over time after that, but we'll see. That was the green I just did. We've seen a lot of these here. So what's new in Destiny? Anything?
Not really. Just stuff that's been out for the last month or two.
Mm-hmm. There's something that came out right around the same time we were doing Final Fantasy 14, right?
User entered your channel.
Yeah, a new DLC came out, and I'm big into the new PvP mode they released.
Hey dude, how's it going?
Hey. How many hours of content would you say Destiny has from someone who hasn't played it?
Depends on how much you want to get into it. I have over several hundred hours logged into the game, if that says anything.
Yes, it do.
I think we'll be okay, Darkstar. Flowerwing, you're going to be around all night, right? Or when do you have to leave? Phrase it that way.
I can be around all night, yeah.
Okay.
And then I had a test a couple hours ago, so I'm clear.
Good. If not, no big deal. As always, real world greater than video games. Like,
No, I mean, video games is greater than the real world.
let's all be honest. But
And B, I think my caffeine may end on me around 9, but I've got plenty of Cokes, so I'm good.
very good. All right, we knocked out another green. And let's go to the next one. We got 2 more shades of green to do, and each shade that we conquer makes the next shade easier, since it's pretty much just fill in the blanks as opposed to having to count everything out. I forget, Flowering, did you ever do any of these?
Yes, I did the one that I sent you a picture of the Final Fantasy avatars.
Yeah, I remember that now.
That's the only one I've ever did, and I was like, you know what, that's a 7 out of 10, I'm gonna leave it there for now.
Very good.
But I've still got a bunch of beads in my closet that are just sitting there. I need to do something.
Should bust it out. Someone should make a tool that lets you put... Well, I guess the problem is there's no real easy way to know the count of beads you have.
Yeah.
Unless if maybe you could set up a scale to do that.
If we can get a lab that sets up a cell counter that can count instantly on the micron level a number of cells in a tissue,
we should be able to do
the
this.
count beads.
Yeah.
The Beadsprite.
Because it'd be cool if you could say, these are the colors I have, here's the count I have for each of them, and it would output the sprites that would work for that. Oh, I forgot to do, here's another aerial view of the sprite. It's clearly Donatello. Really, we're just coloring him in at this point. Those blank spots that we're filling in. Really long time, he was not clearly Donatello.
I'm
Do you have
surprised at how fast you're going, honestly.
Yeah, it's... it's good to know. I was saying in chat that this will help me next time we do one of these. Divide the number of beads in this sprite by the number of minutes it took me to complete it. Because it's really easy in Paint.net to just quickly see how many beads are in a sprite.
I think I old schooled it with regular Windows Paint when I did it.
Yeah. Windows Paint is good enough. The only thing you don't get with Windows Paint is the Magic Wand tool, which is you select all of the pixels of the same color. And it's not
Yes.
strictly necessary.
It seems very convenient now.
Oh, yeah, Mega Man, you can't tell the difference between the greens, the beads. You will know that it wasn't just all one flat green. And that's kind of what we're going for. So what I can do now is just try to do the dead space around the latest screen. You'll be able to tell the difference between this as it is and this as if it had all been one green instead of, 5 different shades. Get that texture and shading effect. Oh god, Andrea. We've had a couple close calls with the cats. There's any number of things that Ben could do suddenly that I wouldn't be able to stop him. But I've been keeping an eye on him.
Destiny not on Steam, Matt?
It's not a PC game.
Nope. If it was, I'd be playing it. It is PS4, PS3, Xbox One only. Is that right? Is it a 360 as well?
It's on 360.
Gotcha. I would wait. I was gonna get it on 360. I figure I'll wait until I get a next gen system.
If you get it, you can. It let you transfer for a while between. Well, it'll let you play within a family. Like you don't have to rebuy it. For a while, they were doing that. You could transfer up to date for free. And I didn't understand that. Otherwise, I would have bought the digital download on 360, and then I would have been able to play with Frank until he got his on his Xbox One recently. But I didn't know it worked that way, so I just bought the Xbox One.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's right. I remember playing Halo 2 a bajillion years ago, and I think that was the last thing they put on PC. I don't even remember it either. I don't know, I need more excuses to get a PS4, so I'll add that to the list.
Yep, that's one of the things.
No, get an Xbox One so I can play with you.
There's nothing else drawing me to the Xbox One though at the moment. At least there's some tentative stuff that I'm excited about with the PS4, like Last Guardian and Kingdom Hearts 3.
I mean, Bloodborne has me 65% of the way there. I
Wait,
need
is
a
that
couple
not
more
on
reasons.
PlayStation? Oh, PlayStation 4. Sure.
PS4, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm gonna stand up for some of these here. It's starting to crane my neck.
Maybe the first Borderlands caught me, but 2 and the pre-sequel dragged. I couldn't even play the pre-sequel for more than a few hours. And 2, the weapon scaling was horrible.
Was 2 the meme game?
What do you mean by mean?
The one that 4chan was all like, they stole our jokes?
Oh, maybe. It had the guy, what's his face, who wrote it, Anthony Birch, and he included his sister from the What You Playin' Ash series. Hey Ash, what you playing?
Oh, that's interesting.
And so she voiced a character who was pretty meme-tastic, if you will.
I really like Guacamelee, but I feel like it's going to be dated because it's full of memes. Like a business cat joke and things like that. I feel kind of bad that meme has come to have this, like, it's a cool idea that, okay, we need this unit of memory comparable to a gene, but it pretty much means Advice Animals pictures now.
Right. I don't think Dawkins intended. I guess it was him who coined
It was
right?
Dawkins,
But,
yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he intended that in the Selfish Gene, but it was.
Yeah, Borderlands 2 just became unfun for me when, you are trying to do Ultimate Vault Hunter mode and you have the best weapons in the game for the level you're at. You level up once and they absolutely suck now. Like, the weapon scaling is horrible. Like, in Borderlands 1, I found one of those Masher revolvers at, like, level 17, and I used it to, like, level 40 because it was good enough. In Borderlands 2, they're like, nah, that's not fun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I would have gotten Destiny though. I need a good couch game. I'm doing too much leaning forward on my
Final
PC.
Fantasy XIV could be a couch game.
I mean,
Final Fantasy XIV could be a couch game, my
That
friend.
is for me on my laptop.
not if you have to turn with the mouse. Oh, I guess the laptop would do that.
What are you talking about? Why aren't you using a controller? Controller Master Race. What the hell? Just like sigh, like. Oh, Dylan. That's cute. Hey, Totsuo, you could throw it up on a TV. Pull up the controller. Get a wireless keyboard.
You know, honestly, probably the biggest reason I'm not doing that is because my eyesight is getting so bad
Oh yeah, yeah.
that I have to lean forward. I'm seriously considering getting LASIK by the end of the year. So we'll, maybe that'll solve the issue. But ugh.
Let me know how that goes, man. I've been thinking about LASIK for a while.
My girlfriend did it last year, and I've been watching her like a hawk, so to speak. And,
Testing her.
yeah, seeing like what her long-lasting issues are, and asked my boss out in California, and people that I know that had it, and they universally have great things to say. So
Wait.
It's just
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
really.
Mega Man, what's this about? A Mega Man Legends spiritual sequel? Is this from Inafune?
Man, Legends.
I know about Mighty Number 9, but that's not Mega Man Legends, and it's not PC exclusive.
Ah, I see a Kickstarter.
Nice. Did you guys or see that Bloodstained Kickstarter, the Metroidvania game?
I remember you talking about it.
Yeah, David Hayter's voice acting, a bunch of other cool stuff. Oh, cool. Oh my god, we're so close. I love you, Donatello, but I don't know if I love you anymore after this.
Okay.
I need to switch turtles. I thought I was being clever too when I was picking sprites today. I was like, oh man, I'm going to do the crouching Donatello because there's fewer pixels in that. Yes, there are fewer pixels, but are there many fewer pixels? You're going to get another aerial view here in a sec. You really have a missing color in there? No shit. Huh. Missing purple. Put away the purple ages ago. There it is. Alright, aerial view. And I could iron it right now, but I gotta fill in the light green. And then probably shut down the secondary camera so I can finish the bow staff. We're almost there. Powering through it. So if you want to see what ironing looks like, recommend you check out the first video. There's just bags of beads everywhere. Alright, there we go. Ben, no. No, Ben. No. Hell to the nah, to the no. Get the fuck out. Oh, that was so close.
I can hear the spritzing.
Yeah. That was so almost extremely bad. Alright. It's like I fed you too, man. You even got a reason. Other than just stone cold dickery. Betting against me getting this ruined?
Cat's got a cat, man.
Yep. This would be like, if he's gonna ruin it, I wish he would have ruined it like 40 minutes ago. You end up with a good solid reaction shot of me just like staring at the camera for 3 minutes.
But hey, at least you would have had video proof that you had done it.
Right? Yeah, so it wouldn't even be like the Sandman doll as the Buddhists do. Like, they don't even record it, usually.
I like me some Titanfall. I had it on 360 and recently re-got it for Xbox One when it was on sale with all the DLC for like $10. I was like, why the hell not?
Oh, cool.
It's a pretty good deal. Monday Night Combat's a really cool game. It's like a MOBA, but it's a third-person shooter.
think Apex tried to get me into that at one time.
Yeah, I played it a little bit, and not really ever enough.
I had fun with
still
it.
regret Frank talked me into buying Brink when that came out. And that game was a giant stinking pile of turd sandwich.
The last shooter I played, I think I played a little bit of PlanetSide 2 when it came out. I thought conceptually that was interesting. I don't know if it's even populated anymore though, but the whole point of that was to have massive amounts of folks.
Right on. I think I heard about that. It's like a has to be multiplayer online shooter.
Yeah, it was an interesting concept.
Overwatch seems pretty cool. I like Team Fortress, so and I like.
I have a blanket beta sign up on Blizzard. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
So,
we'll check that out if we get into it. Probably also I'm going to want to do some Season 4 of Diablo when that's available.
I'll be all over that if that's after my thesis. The other game I play, action RPG called Path of Exile, has a content update in the next couple of days that I really want to check out, but I don't know if I have the time.
Gotcha. What's your thesis timeline looking like?
I gotta finish by August 10th with the thesis, and then I have to defend by the 24th.
Four o'clock is a very reasonable time here. We're just filling in these last bits. We should be able to get going.
Is that typical to turn around and defend about 2 weeks after?
It's about what Andrea did.
I'm honestly not worried at all about the defense. It's just whether or not I can get the paper done in time, which I think I'll be fine.
Yeah, the defense, this is something that freaks out people who are defending, but it's basically they won't let you defend unless they know you're going to pass. I've only ever heard of one person and all of the different friend groups I've run into with physics who didn't pass their defense, and they actually weren't ready for it, and they knew they weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
So it's somewhat of a formality, but getting all the work done to actually do the defense is really what you're doing.
This is the second lobby I just got into in this game type, where it's 3v3, and one of the people on my team just goes in front of the other team and starts waving. Why? Why? Oh my god, I just want to play a game where I don't have idiot.
I'll tell you after stream, Andrew. Involved, what's his nuts? Hardcore E&M professor, German guy, was on Hapax's defense committee.
Sounds like Apex should have been more worried than he was letting on then.
Oh, my bad, Heinz. That was, you're right. Ketchup. Yes, that was the candidacy. You're right. You're right. That wasn't PhD thesis. But I guess I was thinking both the candidacy and the thesis defense are kind of considered to be formalities, which again is terrifying to the person who's defending, because they're like, well, if this is supposed to be a formality, I'm not sure if I'm ready. Okay, that color is the second last one. God, guys, we're almost done. Don't say cats. Don't speak their name. Don't summon them. In fact, I think when I go to iron this, I'm going to go lock them in the bedroom for 10 minutes.
Ironing is so stressful. At least from my one singular experience, it was stressful.
Ironing is the most stressful part of this, because you put all this work into it and you could completely ruin it. Especially when you have multiple pegboards like this, there's a huge opportunity for that. Do you want to see the full thing? I'm doing an aerial view. He's basically done. I'm going to shut off this this camera here until we're done, because I need more space to add 2 more pegboards at the top to finish off the bow staff. So this camera's getting shut off here. One sec. Get some of this crap out of the way.
Is that a sprite from the SNES Tournament Fighters game?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
That was a good game.
There was a blockbuster video game tournament for that game that I did. That one in Clay Fighter.
Cool.
I don't know if you did any of those. They did another one that was for Donkey Kong Country. They had this special cart where it was like tracking how many bananas you got.
What? Hey, that's pretty cool.
That was pretty sweet.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Blockbuster was my main way of consuming games at the time. Okay.
Our town was just a little too small for Blockbuster until they were just about to die out.
Oh, I see.
A local video warehouse, they called it. Same thing, though.
Right. I'm gonna have to go slice off a new sheet of parchment paper. So I'll show you guys, I didn't have this in tutorial part 1. Oh my god. One of my middle pegboards is slightly warped, which is the hazard of ironing on the pegboard. Basically the pegboard gets hit by the heat from the iron, and it's tolerable, it doesn't break anything, but some people recommend that instead of ironing on the pegboard, that you like put masking tape on the whole thing and then lift it up off of the pegboard, which that scares me more than ironing it.
Yeah. Pegboard made of like acrylic or something?
It's the same plastic that they use to make
Yeah.
the beads themselves, actually. See how much further this staff goes up. See how deep the rabbit hole goes. Oh my god, we're so lucky. It is 1 pixel away from being on a 6th pegboard. That is a huge pain in the butt when you have to do that, because you have a whole additional pegboard which is making the thing less stable, just to like add 1 column or row of pixels to it. This is usually why you want to start in the bottom left corner if you possibly can. By starting in the bottom left corner, and even if there's blank space there, counting the spaces over, you guarantee that you're using absolutely as much as you can of every single pegboard. We got very lucky. Probably turn the PlayStation Eye on again here real quick to show you what it looks like before ironing begins. Alright, Mahogany, I choose you. Is your flipping market dried up yet there, Flarewing?
Not dried up. It is slower, definitely. I was marking things up like 5 to 10 times for quite a while, which was undercutting people that were like 20, 30 times. And now it's down to about 2 or 3 times the price. So I don't know if it's just going to sit there forever, I've experimented with stopping selling certain things to see if everybody else will stop selling them and the market will float back up a bit. But it doesn't look like it. Looks like everybody else is just filling in spaces I'm leaving out.
It might be a permanent market. I mean, there's always going to be people who hit 50 before they've unlocked Heavensward.
But I was curious to see.
Seems like what they're paying for now is your trouble to go out of your way to get it, and the retainer space that you devote to listing it.
Yeah, it's just a convenience tax is basically the level it's at now.
I was joking with Andrew. It's the Blair Wing Criminal Enterprise.
There you go.
You think about it, though, this is interesting from an economics perspective. Like, the ideal situation for the consumer is that they should be able to buy that gear for very, very close to, if not exactly, the vendor price. Like, they're getting screwed if they're paying 400,000 gil for something that sells for 10,000 gil. So, in the real world, you have this idea that, okay, there's people who make money on the stock market just by selling things and reselling them and flipping things. And they're bad because they're not actually adding anything to the economy. They're just making money off of it. But if you think about it, at least in the perfect economy setting of Final Fantasy XIV, you are helping to drive that price down over time to where it becomes more affordable. It breaks down in the real world because people can, like, fix a price. They can set a price floor.
All sorts of externalities and things that remove you from the ideal model, definitely.
I feel like the MMO economy should be used in lots of college economics courses. Like, here's a system that actually does what we tell you about in economic theory. Now, since it actually behaves the way we expect it to, let's imagine how the real world is different. There are many ways that it's different.
I think it really is helpful. I think where a lot of people get tripped up on their economics is they take the first class and spend the first or most of the entire class learning about the ideal free market laissez-faire, and almost the rest of the knowledge in the subject is how that is not an ideal model, right? It's you took the basic, and now here's all the other details that make it not quite like that. A lot of people don't really realize that in their personal head model of economics.
Right.
Distorts the conversation a bit.
You want to check on stream, the completed Donatello sprite is now available. I'm just holding a shot of it for a few more seconds, and then I'm going to take off my headset. I'm going to go lock up the cats. I'm going to go get the iron, and the moment of truth has arrived. Okay, we'll be back shortly. And I'll show off what this parchment paper looks like if you choose to get some from the store.
That's an interesting point, Kami. Arguably, you could say... Yeah, no, you're right. Marstead's gone, everyone post cats. Good tea. Those Marstead screamed like a little girl in Silent Hill yet? I didn't watch the second recording.
I haven't been watching.
We need to get ourselves one of these Moogle mailboxes that everybody else seems to have in front of their personal house. Sure that it's craftable.
I want all the things. Oh, so about making my room private, it was saying something like anyone could go into it.
I think that's yeah. I think like anybody that walks up, yeah. I don't think they can take anything, but
User entered your channel.
like, hello. Oh hey.
All right, I'm letting the iron heat up. I'm going to turn on the PlayStation Eye one more time so you can see what the parchment paper looks like now that I've cut it to size and ironed it to flatten it out. Check it out. It is one flat piece. Now, if I'd used the ironing paper that comes with the Perler bead pegboards, there would be 6 different panels here and they'd be overlapping each other, and that's a huge potential for a mistake to happen because the different panels resting on top of each other, they will like slide over each other and you could accidentally touch the plastic with the iron. And if you touch the plastic with the iron, it's game over. Like it's going to melt, it's going to stick to the iron, it's going to be really, really bad. You're going to have a bad time. So this is the main reason why I recommend parchment paper. You get this at any grocery store. I'll show you what the box looks like here. Maybe. Well, remind me to show you what the box looks like before we end. I think I brought it in the kitchen with me. I'll be right back. I'm going to go do the ironing and we'll wrap this up. All right. Looks like we're doing all right. Trying to keep it flat now. When you do a really big Beadsprite like this, one of the problems with ironing it is that as you iron it, it itself starts to warp. So if you can focus on its right arm first, his right arm starts to warp up and off of the pegboard. So you have to be very even. You have to be constantly ironing to keep it flat. When you're done, you need to get a really big book to flatten it. And eventually, you're going to, when you feel confident taking it off of the pegboard, you're going to want to then put it under a giant book on a flat surface to keep it flat so it doesn't bend upward and warp. I actually missed 2 pixels, it turns out. There were just 2 completely empty spaces in the middle of it. And it was already warping almost too much for me to fit them in there, but I quickly jabbed them in, flattened it back down, put the paper back on, and ironed it down. But it looks like it's good. Let me give it a couple more minutes to cool down, go set it somewhere else. I'll show off the finished product soon. I'll probably be in Final Fantasy XIV in another 15 minutes or so. Did any of that come through just now?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yes. It's hard for me to quick talk because 1, I'm playing multiplayer, and 2, I have to hit the button that's also back on my browser. So I switch to a different browser really quick. So I don't keep leaving Twitch chat.
Very good. No, I hit mute and then like the light came on and I thought that I was on mute the whole time, but it looks like we're good. Cool. I'll be back in another 5 minutes or so as I move the sprite from where it is.
Matt, I can't get in your room. What gives?
I told him.
I'll make it in a minute.
What?
It says
What
when you
gives?
make it private or when you make it public, anyone can go in. I don't know if anyone can go in and start moving my stuff around.
I want to go move your stuff.
I'll go as soon as this game is done.
Why am I texting your invoice? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what the state of spirit bonding is at the moment. Maybe Kami or Darkstar know, but it was okay money. A pinch. It kind of depended on the RNG of the area you got. I don't know if there's anybody even at Earth's right now though. And the problem is the max that you used to be able to get with spirit bonding was you would hope to get like a level 4 materia that would sell for, you know, a few 100,000 gil if you got the right one on our server. But the 4s are dropping like flies from Heavensward. So I don't imagine, and I think they redid the calculations for what gear drops what materia. Level 2's that's my thought, Darkstar. So I don't know, the best way to make money, hard to say. I'm just doing a real particular thing where I'm flipping some crafting gear on the market and I'm making a decent amount at the moment. But I need access to Heavensward to do that. I think probably just doing some crafting stuff is the best. I don't know how you can make the Thanavarian Bolero and the other dancing gear and shit, but they're selling for like 15 million on our server.
Wow.
Can't figure out how to do that. But yeah, I don't know what kind of privileges you have set up, but if you go to social and then housing, then that's your list to change everything in your room or even in these outside rooms if you want to mess with the house stuff. Mastercraft Weaver. They look pretty good though. I saw the Bolero, I think, on someone in Alexander 1 yesterday, and the only reason I noticed it was because it was a shitty healer, and I stopped to look at him. but, but yeah, just because you have a lot of kill doesn't mean you're a good player. But beyond that, I don't know, a lot of the new stuff they added in Heavensward, gear-wise, looks better to me. Like they put some more effort into the stuff. I've almost got enough that I could just like buy the silk and maybe flip that for some quick money. I don't know if it's got a good standard deviation though.
All right, cool. If you guys want to see the finished product, I'll be putting it on the camera here. Give me a couple minutes to make the camera a little bit bigger. And to actually go grab that as well. One sec. I'm just going to override the whole screen. Okay, I'll be right back with it. Show it off.
Nice.
Rockin'.
Big.
No, chuck it like a frisbee.
I'm glad he did that one. I'm a huge fan of Battletoads.
Heyo.
That one needs to go on the wall behind you. Although, not a ton of space, I guess.
All right, I can hear you guys now. Sorry about that. Thanks for waiting, guys.
No, man, congrats on... Is that the biggest one you've done so far?
It's the biggest one that I've finished myself. We've had people come over when we've done the beating before that have done comparable ones. I think Jai's Wheel Gator from Mega Man X is pretty huge.
Oh, sure. And maybe John's Crest.
John's Crest, I think, is the largest one. John's Crest was the scariest one to iron because it had all of its linkages were very, very thin. Basically, it wasn't a thick bead sprite. It would like branch off in one direction and only be like 3 beads holding it together. Let's update the stream title here on Twitch and YouTube, and I'll be good to go. I'll show it off a couple more times. Okay. If you want to see it once more there in the bottom right corner, keeping it under a book so it stays flat. It's still a little flimsy. Yeah, there it is. And I will find a way to fit it on the wall back there. It's huge, so if I can find the natural spot for it to go. It obviously looks better the further you are away from it. If you look really, really close, you can make out the imperfections, but that's typically just true of Beadsprites in general.
That's part of what makes them cool.
Yeah. So, hey, Pax, I don't think you've signed in since we bought a house. How was your New York trip?
It was good. It was good. Yeah, I have not seen all this nonsense.
It's nonsense. Dying chocobos.
Oh my god, I haven't even started that. I just got spotted the cash for a room, so.
Well, given the cash, because like we ended up getting a smaller plot than we were expecting to save for. What are the dimensions? Do I have a ruler sitting around? It is 75% of the length of a Razer Chroma Key keyboard, if you want to look up the give you an idea.
There you go.
Or it's the height of 3.5 Perler pegboards. I think you can, if you go on Amazon and look at the 29 by 29 pegboards, you'll be able to figure it out from there.